this is after SCALP. Yeah. Time go below 60,000 should be buy.
How about the last
Before the 60. Very good price should be buy.
How much leverage
On TMGM. The TMGM Bitcoin is 100 times leverage.
was at 0.1?
0.1. So again, I'm saying that Bitcoin leverage itself is 100, gold is 500.
We cannot put that much leverage on gold.
Yeah, so here we should have stop loss.
Not on this one yet.
Where is stop loss?
It's just a
Stop loss, please. Here.
see. So you said we have to wait for 6 months.
You have to watch.
Yeah.
100. Yeah, so Bitcoin has to go over this line before 161 to be able to stay on high. Yeah, it cannot be precede this line, then it will go. So this is why when you see Bitcoin go here, sell one order, and then move your stop loss to an entry point. Or right now you can do your entry point. It's also entry point. So, yeah, another way is you put stop loss to 6291 or 2 because it's just a betting in the middle. So yeah, and then you get it, you don't lose it. So once you lose 62, they're going to continue going down. But right now, they're still on sideways right now. So because it's the one green candle, and hopefully it will continue to go up into here. But if you want see on this drive, then you could upload either to enterprise right now, but it's easy to get the pictures upload. So if you want what you watch, I want to here is green, it's green spot, not blue spot. Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Good to see you again.
So it's not at 4 o'clock, right? Is it?
Yeah, I'm gonna start 4 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay. So
We could be able to give you 5-10 minutes to introduce yourself. Or
sure.
introduce your project if you would like.
Yeah, I mean, I can even show them. This isn't working right now, is it?
Yeah. This is your
Yeah. Well, what I'd like is the website's not finished. What I could do is show them, if people are interested, I could show them what our business is.
You have a PC or
I mean,
you can email me and I can download on our laptop.
sure.
So
Yeah, what can you put it on a,
yeah, both TV will show. Right now it's live. So you can email me and then I can help you put on the live when you put it there.
So great. What is that one?
1 for phone, it's enter 604-671-0133, another one.
Yes. So you want me, which number should I use?
This one. 601.
604-671-0133, no phone.
What's 603? What area code is that?
Oh, okay.
This, where is 603?
So it is Vancouver, right?
604?
No, 603.
What's wrong? 604.
What's 604?
Yeah, you should get that fixed. Well, that's the one you're giving out.
You don't know. 601.
Is the rest of it right?
01. 32.
And email is
And that's the first one, the last. That's yes.
yes, it is. Okay, got it all in there. So I'll just send you the. So I think, can you refresh this? 'Cause this website, the website, it got stuck. You refresh the whole thing so that it can operate. So that's okay. I just sent you the presentation.
Okay, send it. Okay. So you don't need to show website, right?
Well, I don't mind the website, but if I'm going to talk to anybody, I'm going to talk to them about the presentation. So, see, what's good about it, if they're teaching EOTON. So I just sent it to you. That's the website. I sent this to you. Well, I just texted it to you as well. I just did that. But you should get it. I mean, the main thing is this, have I got your website correct? Did you get it from me or from yourself? Okay.
It's our life.
Do you expect it's a rainy day, do you expect anybody to come?
Yeah, we will have some.
Okay.
I think that's it.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Are you go lunch? Okay.
Exactly me. Like they did my
A lot of
yeah.
a lot of
Like,
people
that's
that
what
see
I was like,
both take
that
you on the right
is my
charitable
exact
giving because
personality.
so much money gets
Like, that
wasted.
is-
Yeah,
You know,
makes sense.
overheads
Like, just
and
that whole,
marketing and this
No, we
management.
all need to
Right.
get along.
So
Like,
we
that
have
is
our
so
own token.
me. Like,
Okay.
even with
Very
demons,
cool.
like what's the way
Yeah,
to
we'll be
do
going
it?
on
And it's just not
decentralized
fighting
exchanges
war.
first.
Right. This is what I don't understand about
What's it cost for a
religious people. They're like, no, we have a
token
war
to
fight.
be-
I was like, good luck in the battle. I don't sign up for the
Our
military. I don't
we
fight
don't charge
wars, you
listing.
know, like.
So
Yeah,
token
it's like,
listing
yeah,
is
you're
really not
signing
a
up
service
for
that
the
we provide.
military of the
Oh,
So we only list tokens that
Good
is
luck with that.
based on
I don't do
demand.
that. No.
So if a token is popular, they want to trade it, we don't charge fees.
When you have
But we
money,
don't
you know, like
really have a token listing service.
what do you do to your worst enemy?
It's really
Give them a shirt off your back.
So-
Why? You keep fighting.
So it wouldn't be a particularly
There's
good
no
exchange to
war if you don't
market
fight
the
the
token.
war.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Because it's not the service that we do.
Yeah.
Those are usually on offshore
I
exchanges.
know, that's what I feel.
Like,
We don't.
Yeah, we're gonna start off, I don't know, we're slow enough.
It's my colleague actually. Ah, you
Say
can.
hi. There you go, good job. Good work. See, when she calms down,
Where's
she'll stay, she likes to stay in her box. She likes it. She is.
Hello.
Finally here. Finally. I did. See, she likes to study. I put her on a little red bow. So we I match with my dog.
可能吧。啊，是吗？啊，是。
She's gonna calm down now.
Yeah.
So at the beginning she was a little barky, but she'll calm down now. See now see at first she was a little barky, but now she's like, oh, I'm in my bag. Oh no, yeah, I'm not gonna bring her out. She's super docile. She's a Yorkie. You see, look at this. Anna, you could learn. You could learn from this doggy.
Sure. Are you going to, ask, on Monday night?
Hope so. Maybe, I'm not sure. You want my best you?
I have to think of something. What's your money? I'm not sure either. There's always a sexual side.
Oh, Chris is coming. Okay, good. Good.
I think the investors have to be interested in that aspect of that.
Yeah.
Is Joy coming?
That's not the
Yeah.
way. I
Yeah.
don't like to make my money in others to just walk with my money.
She's still away, right? No, she's back.
Mutual act. I do have receiving and giving money and dollars, no, but that's not my I did
Yeah, just.
when I was younger.
Oh, YouTube series
my
is
money.
one way.
You know what? I always starting one and well, you can lose it with your own as well.
But still,
So at least
that's
you
my
control.
goal. So I started.
Yeah.
And
Me too. Yeah, I just try to
So I have a
support,
person who really wants to start a
but
YouTube.
not financially.
We need to start it
Yeah, me
because
too.
I want to have like one step like this where we can play with different
Yeah.
shows, finals, speakers.
You said this is your
It's
first
easier
time
to
to come
combine
back?
than to have lots of content.
Yeah.
We can talk back and forth conversation.
I've heard about it for a while, but I just.
I
don't know,
I was expecting to be way more involved, way more, but you know, I had to deal with people who couldn't run businesses and sinking those businesses.
那你们现在不
sinking
中华
me.
办公室在哪里
The
啊？
rest of the
在
community.
Marine.
It's like, so I always say like I'm a Bitcoin maximalist, I'm a Bitcoin maximalist, but I'm not because I think Bitcoin is the best. No, I'm not at all. I love NFTs.
You shouldn't pretend that you are.
No, but I'm not. I think I see it as like jokingly, like I'm not a Bitcoin because like I'm a currency, Bitcoin and Litecoin. They're the
That's
decentralized
single-handedly
ones.
how you got it. Not any problem.
Yeah.
我们这边每周6有活动。
There's so much,
They were
especially
called.
It goes back to-
And but like they're so funny because they're like, I'm going to be king. It's like Bitcoin is set up to end kings. You're not going to have a feudal, like you're not going to have your little feudal village because anyone's going to go, oh, I made on your wallet, like middle fingers in the air. If you can't control the money supply, you can't be a king. Like that's how it works. And everyone's going, like, you're going to be able to see who starts the war. Like you don't know who owns the wallet, but yeah, we know that wallet's funding the war. Right? You don't know who owns it. Yeah, those two guys, right? So now you can exactly, so you can figure out who it is. Like it's anonymous, but it's not really. If you follow the trail of the money, it's not. And so they're all talking about how they're going to be kings and like, it is literally made to decimate that system. Yeah, and then being a woman,
Because you don't know who Satoshi is.
yeah, that being a woman, they're like, you need to get back. They're like, you need to get back in the home. I'm like, where are the homes? No one can afford one. Give me the home. You think I don't want a home? Show me where it is. Provide the kitchen. Give me the food. But they were like yelling at me, and I was like, no one I know owns a home. So until every man provides a home for a woman, you can just shut up. Like, it's the opposite of freedom. So now you're telling men they have to provide a home for a woman. And that whole community is about that. It's crazy. I was like, so zero freedom. That's what you're saying. I thought we decimated the church and the state for a reason. They were like, they attacked me so bad. I was like, you
My
know what,
office
guys?
is in
I'm
West Van.
just
I was just told about this place.
I would be
Okay.
secret.
How about you?
I was sort of trying to do something more, and then like they just. It's like crazy. Like, I'm gonna think of this literally. So if you're a man,
She used to be my person. She used to be like
all
that.
men.
What is she?
That means
Hello
it's-
everyone,
It's a bit of a switch.
have you found your seat? If you feel comfortable to stand, it's okay. And just to let you know, we have washroom here. We have water, bottled water on the both tables, and later we will prepare the refreshment. So we're gonna start now. So find the place you feel comfortable, sit or stand. And here we also have chairs. People can start.
That's a good chair.
So here you can see we have a quite tight schedule because later there is a arranged dinner event. So I'm gonna to control the time. I will use the timer. And at the beginning, me and I will give a little bit of update regarding our shop, and then I move this to Raymond. I start first. Oh, for those who didn't know me, we have several. Me is the founder of this. This actually is not only this shop; it's a franchise. We also have the office in downtown and several companies. And I'm the in charge of the manager. And we are welcome everyone, old friend and new friend. So just have a quick introduce of our business. Here is our business structure. Basically, we have a buy and sell. Buy and sell cryptos, wallets, and gifts, books, all those. And we have the platform with POX. Min probably can show us. So we, okay.
There's one here, I think.
Yeah, this is the POX machine, and also it's supported with the platform and the company. Maybe Min can explain that better than me.
You can continue.
Okay, continue. Okay. Just one thing, because every people when you buy crypto or sell or just exchange crypto between two different, people always ask us, "What's your rate?" And then we realized actually there is many different platforms And our rate is clear. We charge if it's lower than 2,500, it's 9%. High after that until the 25,000, it's 7%, and then we gradually reduce this. Uh, then some people coming to us say that they purchased in some platform which is lower rate, but then eventually they found the rate is low, and they purchase the crypto for them is totally different price. So we always tell our client, you can compare it. We can give you quotation, how much eventually you got. And also we have the website. You can do that, purchase yourself here. And you can compare with ATM or the other platform. The most important, finally you got how much. So we welcome people to get a quotation from us and then you compare it with.
And here is a POS. So if you are interested in learning how to operate or you want to carry POS in your store, then you can come to us and learn more.
Yeah. So besides we have you can see wallet and books, gifts, all those, and actually also we can help also the similar platform. We can create a token for you and create an NFT, and also you want to use this to expand your business, and then staking is also you probably may interested in.
And later I'm going to show you how to do that. If you have a chance, visit our website so you can win a token by yourself. We also can do customized service for you as well. So if you want to launch your swap, launch your staking pool, then we can help you to do that as well.
Yeah. So this is actually is franchise. Franchise actually many people at the beginning think, oh, we need to open a door. Actually not. If you have some multiple place or you have a store and we can support with just the POX, then you can do the same thing. So
and we also can launch your token on our POS as well. So if store carry POS, they also can buy and sell your token through the POS as well.
Yeah. So we provide training for both buy, sell, all this procedure and franchise and how you setting this. This is also one of our business. So we provide the courses and the training, all those things depends on the demand. And the training actually is also now recently our training is also including the trading. At the beginning, it's not our initial big portion of it, but seems it's quite popular recently. So many people try to understand the trading, they do themselves, they get the trading from here, and also they copy our trading. And it's all of a sudden become quite popular here. And so we also gradually we built a team to serve these needs. Now we are gradually building our trading teams. This trading teams, we can provide courses, training, and also provide a signal copy, which you can have your own account and copy our traders the orders. We have different market to look at, and different people, different traders have a different style. So it may we encourage people if the first they come to learn from all those experienced trader, and if you copy, you can diversify your investor, not just put in one, because you may have a different expectation. Our market focus not only cryptos, also like gold, oil, and also Forex index, currency, stock, different style, and also running the trading is also in different style. So for our client to choose. And first, we encourage people, if you are interested in our business, join our Discord channel. In Discord channel, we have an online community. People share your experience, uh, your trading history, and each day we will have the report. We will write a lot of report every day, and also the next day will show you the result. We based on this. Me maybe can explain that for detail later. So this is our Discord, and when you can find you can scan the code and you can find us. Here we have a whole bunch of channels focused on different markets, like gold, like crypto, Bitcoin, all those. You can see many details. And exactly. Start. Oh yeah. Here it's give you an example what we are doing this Discord. So generally, almost every day, we will look at the market, give several reports on different markets. Like this, it's April 25 on gold. So she analyzed this and gives several points which need to look at, and also she predict the support and the resistance in the market. That actually she gives this report and she doing follow this. So the next day, this is her result. She posted, and you can see all the point is around what she expected. And this is what is all the buy. And then after this buy, the market goes turned as what she predict in the first day.
This
Then-
before gold crash on Sunday. This is
Yeah.
on Monday.
Yeah, and then the next, she puts the order for sale, and also based following this analysis. So this is what happens almost every day in the Discord. So we will help people, and also like people like several experienced trader like Robert. We're expecting you have more your point of view, your report here.
So should have kept it open. Would mean more.
Yeah. Yeah, you and also for people who are interested in this is can be your homework. This is what me post her report today, this morning, and then next day you will see if it's right or wrong.
Sunday or Monday.
Sunday or Monday. Yeah, after this weekend, because gold is closed during the weekend. Okay, and if you feel like our shop, our business, give us a review in Google review. We have the code there. You can scan. And thank you. So I hope I didn't take too much time. Just 10 minutes. Very good. And yeah, also because we have 50 minutes, Min will show us several our website. You can find more detail about our business.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Further to Chen Hu's introduction, and here is our website, tspot.art. So tspot.art is built on Web3 and a part on Ethereum network and also Binance Smart and a Polygon as well. So if you are interested in swap at the stake and build your own token, and here the platform can help you and teach you. So we are a small swap Web3 based DApp, and we're not like Uniswap or PancakeSwap, but our swap works and can help you do your own swap and your staking pool. So without further ado, I'm going to turn over to the next speaker. And welcome to visit us. When you join Discord, you will find who we are and all information about TSA on Web3.
Okay. Oh, quick! I have 5 minutes. You only use 1 minute. Okay. So next, our speaker is Raymond. He actually helped us for many events as MC. So that's why I let him to introduce himself.
Okay, then I don't want to sound braggadocious, or anything like that. So I'll just get to the point. I've been an investment banker for over 35 years, and in the traditional markets. And I know everybody's here to learn about crypto, and it's important to learn about crypto because it's the future. We all know it's the future. And it just so happens that Min and Jen are offering something here that is revolutionary. You know, this is something that everybody should take advantage of. Everybody should come here to learn more about cryptocurrency and blockchain. And we're really lucky to have them here, right here in West Vancouver. That said, I'm speaking to the traditional markets, okay? Not very long, but just a little bit. Everybody, I think what we need to, I just want to speak to the fact that the richest woman right now in Australia, her name is Gina Reinhardt, and she's made all of her money really with one particular model. Yeah. No, not correct. Well, whatever. But one particular model. Her model is to stake the claim. Is to stake the claim, and then I mean, obviously that's up or down. But what she's done is she staked the claim, right? And then once she stakes the claim, she finds majors to come in and drill it, and then once they drill it, obviously they build the valuation in it. Generally speaking, the price goes up as a result of the valuation of drilling. But the point is, that's her model. She buys the claim, and then somebody comes in to finance it. And then obviously it goes up in value. But the way she makes her money, not just her, but everybody in the traditional markets that are making big money in venture capital, they're staking a big position in a company, maybe 1 million shares, 2 million shares, whatever the case is. And then a major operator will come in, finance it, add value to it, and then see the price go up as a result of the demand for the commodity or whatever it happens to be. So that's a trading strategy. That's an investing strategy. That's an investing strategy that can really seriously increase your net worth, right? So I wanted to bring that to everybody's attention that if you're entertaining the traditional markets, that's how you get involved. We call that being in the room, in the deal, right? You take a big position, and then you find somebody of huge wealth to come in and drill it. Hence, you're not putting up your own money; they're putting up their money, and you're capitalizing on the results from whatever the drilling is. So I just want to bring that to everybody's attention. If you're even entertaining traditional markets, think about doing it the way Gina Reinhardt does it. Not the corruption part, but definitely buying into the project and then finding a major operator to come in, finance it, add value to it, and seeing the price go up as a result. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. It just so happens that I'm involved in a couple of places like that, where we have big claims, and we're currently in talks with majors. They come in, put up the money, drill it. We don't have to keep financing the company, including it. We are relying on the major to come put up the money, drill it, and then push the project forward. So I'm involved in a couple of those. I won't say what they are. Learn more. Talk to me about it later. But I can tell you, I think gold is going higher, silver, all the precious metals are going higher. That's the way you want to play the venture capital market. Okay, in the room, in the deal. Keep that in mind, and generally you're not going to lose. Okay, so that's my story. Okay.
Well,
yeah. Okay.
Everyone is happy today.
Yeah.
Because people all know. They will have a dinner.
Yes. Yeah.
And we were late. Thank you for saving time.
Okay, well, it's my honor. But actually, that said, anybody have any questions at all about that particular model and how to play the traditional markets as a result? Anybody? Any thoughts? Questions? Yeah, Melanie. Yeah, Melanie. Well,
Yeah, that's the big
it works for Gina Reinhardt. Hey.
Right here, I want your money.
That's easy. You don't go to Melanie.
I know. I feel like, give me your money.
Melanie's connected me to
Oh, mine.
like I've been to even a Vancouver hotel house. Courtesy of Melanie, she invited me because she had a VIP invitation where it was all the stock market CEOs of the Canadian companies. And she was invited to come with one of them there.
Yeah.
And I got the take back off of her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was open bar.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know what I said, is that one of the guys, those all guy CEOs were almost hitting on Melanie. And because I was in the room with talking to Melanie, they asked me permission to ask her out for dinner. I said, oh, well, of course you got to tell me all about your talk.
Yeah, so that you got it right back there.
In the room, overhearing over the cocktail party what someone overheard you saying, you find out about the great deals in the room because they can't publicly announce sometimes things.
Yeah. So so you being a smart, proactive young man, you get to meet these CEOs. You find out if their project is really real, right? You meet the CEO, and then as you get to meet him, you get to understand his moral compass, right? That he's not putting all the money in his pocket, but he's actually building relationships. So that's being in the room, in the deal. And the closer you can get to that, the better chance you have of protecting yourself in the traditional venture markets.
So there are
I wanted to emphasize
several stages of mining companies, resource mining. There's exploration phase, and there's like operating phase, right? Like,
yeah.
So does she do exploration phase and then pass the project on to some other company that they, or does she kind of try to raise the money?
No, she acquires lands, maybe puts up a little bit of money for IP, like finding out if there's any resource there, and then she shops around to find an investor to come in. She doesn't put up her own money. She finds an investor to come in to JV it or partner it or something. And then obviously the more value that's added to it, then
the highest risk is at the beginning when you don't know if it's in the ground.
Yeah.
She puts up a little bit of money. It's not a lot, but it's a big reward if she finds something. And now she can prove she found something. The next person that comes in has less risk, so they got to pay 10 times more to her because they know it's in the ground for sure. And then she just had to pay the helicopter and one guy to go on top of the mountain. That was it. But now they need to drill and do it everything, build a camp. So that takes a lot more money. But sometimes they don't have enough, so they just sell the project to someone else completely.
Well, it depends, but I'm just saying if you're looking at the traditional markets with gold going up, silver going up, you're looking at traditional markets, keep that in mind, and you're going to lower your risk. You're definitely going to lower your risk in whatever investment you're entertaining, right? Get close to the CEO, get close to the insiders, get in the room if you want to be in the deal. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Keep us in the room.
And we're in the room.
Okay.
I'll give you your money.
Okay, so next we welcome Jonathan Han to give us a speak. And would you like to introduce yourself?
I can introduce you real quick.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, I can also just introduce myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do a quick one. So Jonathan,
you know him.
I've actually met you, I believe, one time in Chinatown.
Really?
With Ashton, he was doing.
Way back.
You gave me the T-shirt.
Did I?
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, so I just want to say this is a great company because there's been a lot, including Binance, that didn't survive Canada. KuCoin, all these exchanges and stuff like this. So from the get-go, they did everything properly. They did the KYC. I was actually at an event last night where they sponsored the pizzas, so thank you for doing that. My friend Crypto Ed, who's been here speaking, he put on that event. And so, your representative was there talking about getting the.
That, you know what? I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into the problem, but he's not from our company.
Oh.
Yeah. So I talked to him yesterday actually.
Okay.
So anyone who have talked to a guy who his name is Ali, is not from the business.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
Because you guys are really by the book. And I noticed that's why you're still around, and I congratulate you because we met like 4 years ago or something like that. And even Binance was shut down. All these other exchanges, they're still around. So I can on that, and I'm prepared to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. Of course. Yeah. Thank you.
Well,
Nice to meet you. Jonathan, I'm currently the managing director at Virgo CX. Virgo CX, we are a regulated bank in Canada. We register with the Canadian Securities Administrators as well as FinTrack. Me personally, I deal mostly on the OTC side, which I work with kind of with individuals and institutions globally. We are originated from Canada, but currently we're quite international. So just to give you a quick update on our executive team. So Adam is our CEO. He is currently in Toronto. I'm the head of wealth, which I deal mostly, like I said, with larger transactions. That is screen has disappeared. Maybe the power ran out. Maybe the power.
No signal.
Sorry. Yeah, we need to plug in the adapter.
I think it's still running. And just I can. Okay. Well, yeah. So currently we have offices in Canada. We have offices in Toronto and in Vancouver. So originated from Toronto, but we do have a quite deep connection here in Vancouver as well. So our office is at Murray Gateway, New York Murray Drive. So we were founded originally in 2018. So I joined as employee number 4 when I joined. So Adam and I went to the same business school at Western. So he said, well, why don't you come work with me? And I said, what you working at? He said, I cannot tell you. So that was the story. But so the Regis history, currently we have a team a little bit shy of 100 currently over the world. And so that's a bit about us. So main business that we have 3 main business. We have a retail platform, which we have another great retail team that's working on. I personally deal with OTC, so that's larger transactions. And we also recently acquired a company that actually does asset management. So Helen here, who is maybe is our CIO on the asset management side. So thank you for supporting the crypto. Yes, she's very excited about the product there. So the asset management is a new arm that we have. It's also regulated here by securities regulators. So for more information on the asset management part, with products, etc., please ask Helen there. Yeah. All right. So So basically, we have several subsidiaries. So VDAM is the newly acquired asset management arm that I mentioned. But we also have a global footprint. So currently, we have operations in Australia, US, and in both jurisdictions, we are regulated. So it won't be your publicly announced 5.3 billion fine. We are very, very cautious in that area.
Which countries are you exchange operations?
Exchange, we have it in Australia and Canada.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the retail side. OTC wise, we're global. Yeah. So because he's not from us. Yeah.
Is someone pretending to be with your group?
Yeah.
What?
In person, which. Well, anyways. That's something that we want to be careful with crypto investments. The information you get may not be real, but also do your own research. When people want you to scan certain QR codes, don't do that. Yeah. So I may need to talk to that. Yeah. I had notes. So I had actually. So later we'll talk about that. Yeah. So so I do want to just to dive a little bit deeper into the wealth business, which I run. So really the main focus for us is to help a lot of institutions and high net worth to achieve their trading goals on the wealth side. And currently, really our focus is with a transaction of $50,000 per transaction. So that's the order size, and we do work with institutional partners also globally on that. So the benefit of using the wealth service is, first of all, the pricing is very competitive, and on the other side, we do have global bank transactions. So really Canada, US, Australia, and some other jurisdictions, even our banking channels are quite smooth. For fiat fund off-ramp is very, very friendly with us. So compared to some of the other exchanges, you usually need to use, let's say, a credit card to purchase, or even you need to go to the C2C market, which unfortunately in Canada, C2C is actually not legal. And credit cards have no charging portion on that. So that's the one service and that's the value proposition there. Yeah, so we're currently also in the US as well for OTC. Majority of operations are in California, but we also operate in some selected states as well as indicated on the slide. So this is the crypto asset management arm that Kevin is, handling all the investment strategies together with Sean. Sean is our CEO, he's situated in Toronto. So yeah, that's another big one that we have. So just for the interest of time, I do have a few, I guess, hot topics for 2024. Just want to present that. I'm going to skip through it. For any details, please you can ask me afterwards. So first thing I think is quite interesting is Ethereum risk taking. So the last cycle, you had the DeFi, you had your Celsius and whatever that do staking on the DeFi protocols that were running quite well until the Celsius went down to zero. But there are also doing quite well. But the risk taking is, I guess, a concept that was really introduced this cycle. That is really taking a you're really just for a DeFi protocol again to generate profits, but you are restaking it on other chains. So how that works is that, for example, stake your Ethereum, and then the protocols would be investing that into other DeFi protocols to make, for example, a healthier APY. Again, everything I talk today, please do your own research. Something that anything information involves risks. I personally think this is something that's quite interesting, and it is not illegal. So I say, so the other thing I want to talk about is the ecosystem. So the last one was the biggest, and I think still has a lot of attraction. But this one, the BRC, so Bitcoin is really coming on to the picture. So how they become the picture? Really, first of all, if you think about cryptocurrencies, yeah, anyone that hasn't had any experience will probably know Bitcoin. But Bitcoin inherently has a lot of restrictions that prohibit them to issue NFTs or anything that sort. That's why in the last one you have the Ethereum chain NFT that is the most popular one, at least. Now you have Solana as well, but at least Ethereum has always been the creme de la creme for NFT. But I would say BRC recently has been performing, historically speaking, increasing in values quite a bit. So two of the most popular, coins on the BRC ecosystem, one is Ordinal, the other one is Sats. You can take a look at their market cap. Recently has also been performing quite well, but I would say this is mainly due to the increasing popularity of BRC20 ecosystems. So for example, this is a NFT on Bitcoin network, and Runes versus BRC20 tokens. This is basically showing you a comparison, and Runes is really, the birth of BRC20 NFT. So I did have the opportunity to talk to the founder of Runes last year in Taiwan. And I would have to say BRC is very popular in Asia compared to North America. So you have more attractions there for BRC20, but this might shift. And I think if there will be larger adoptions, then you will see some quite interesting movement with the BRC ecosystem as well. So third one, I want to talk about the real world asset, which has been really in the air for a long time. So what it is, the RWA real world assets is something that is, I guess, extending from the NFT, I would say, because you're really trying to tokenize a real world asset. For example, a real estate, or it could be a digital, it could be a physical art of any sort. And I know that in the Vancouver area, there are a lot of people trying to issue RWA tokens. So really, the benefit for that, I'll give you a quick example. Is let's say and by the way, this has been done in the U.S. I don't think it has been done yet in Canada. Not in large scale.
On such a small scale that no one knows about it.
Yeah, there are exceptions in sandbox by the securities regulators, but they are either not there anymore, or they're trying at a very smaller scale.
They're trying to grow, but there's nothing.
Yeah, the really the big ones are in the U.S. and I would say probably New York and Miami. So, for example, you're fractionally owning a piece of the land. Let's say if there is 100 million tower in New York, and to invest in that, you probably need to find investors. For example, 10, 20 some property like that. Comparing to that, say owning a fractionally, you could divide that into let's say 1,000. Right? So then everyone can invest in a certain amount of that. Let's say 1,000 divided, then that's really that's only 100,000. Right? So I would say RWA is something that is probably going to be more popular, and the reason for that is because the maturity of security token offerings. So you have this is surely, in my opinion, a security token, and then in that case, that's why there has been very slow movement because the legal boundaries to issue that. But recently there has been a lot of movement from the regulators to push this as well. So that's why I think this will be the next next thing on the news as well. So those are just some data on the decentralized private credits, etc. And then again, talk to me afterwards. I'm happy to share this to anyone who is interested. And finally, I do want to talk a bit about stablecoin payment. So I'm sure you all know stablecoin, and if not, just very quickly talk to you about that. Currently, the biggest stablecoin is USD, which is Tether. So the concept of that is it is mimicking the value of US dollar. One USDT should equal to one USD on paper. However, we all know that there has been if it's really exact 1-to-1. But I would say really the biggest thing here is the use case of using central stablecoin. So if you really look at the trading volume for any coins on the market, the biggest trading volume is not on Bitcoin. It is actually on USDT. And it's actually surpassing Bitcoin by, I would say, a couple folds. And this is because, first of all, people on the offshore exchanges usually do trade crypto with USDT, not with USD or Canadian dollars. This is because of their regulatory status and their banking issues. But at the same time, people do actually use USDT for payments, for settlements, and for a lot of other use cases globally. More so with countries with less stable economy or political stance, but also being used in developed countries. I do want to say that USD. Yeah, so Canada more so because clear message sent from the security. But for example, in the States, it is still illegal battle. It is illegal battle. For example, actually suing the securities regulator. Why don't you let me issue this here, right? So but really, I would say. Let me just give you a big example. Like if you want to pay for certain things, you will need to Canadian dollar. Let's say Brazilian real. You send it to Brazil. They accept that real. This transaction probably loses 5% FX, and then they also have to control in Brazil for incoming and outgoing currency limitations. So I believe currently in Brazil, need to pay a mandatory additional 1.5% fees on FX or somewhere around that. And there's actually limitations on how much you can do that. But for example, if let's say you want to pay someone in Brazil for shipping, right? You bought, let's just say, like beef, like 20 or whatever, like leather is. Then you $1 million of that in US dollars, you can easily pay that in, let's say, a stable coin versus a fiat currency that first takes a long time to arrive, and then there will be capital controls actually in certain jurisdictions. So that is why I think USD has a lot of use case, and you only see the market cap increasing. So the market cap probably increased by a couple of folds in the last couple of years, and currently it is very, very big for them to, and that's why with every jurisdiction because they have to. Anyways,
Right, that's what you use, right? That's that. But
you can also use that. Yeah. So I think last year at one point USDT was at 90 cents. So there is a 10% USDT. So that's when people don't believe in USD. And it also happened with USDC, and that was even worse. Yeah, so that was when USDT was at 80 cents to $1. Then, if you believe in it, you should definitely buy it because there is an opportunity there. Again, I'm not offering any financial advice, but that's also something that's quite interesting because even with stable coin, I would say much more compliant like USDC, you also have a lot of speculatory activities involved there. Yeah. So yeah, I would say stable coins payment is gonna only get bigger. And this is something that we think will be the next trend here as well. So that's my link. Happy to connect, and I'll be around to answer any questions. But thank you for having me, and happy Saturday. And it's raining. Well, anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was gonna say it's funny people enjoy that, but it's raining. Anyways,
Anyway, we will enjoy it. All right. Thank you, Jonathan. And we will have some time to let we ask questions and networking. So our next speaker is our neighbor, Bob. He just came to our shop a couple of days ago, and he would like to introduce his business. And so, Bob, it's your time. Oh, you.
I think I'm here to demonstrate you never be too old to get involved in a crypto venture. So, how many people donate to charity? Okay, that's great. And how many people are a bit cynical about where all the money's going? That's a bigger problem than I ever even realized, and that's part of the reason we're launching this program. Because it's a bit of an oxymoron, because our investors can actually make money potentially while they're supporting our global charity program. And we're doing this all on Web3 because of transparency. So the whole concept is to support charities through our own program and demand that the money that we raise through us go directly to the beneficiary with no overhead costs, no marketing, no nothing. They get 96%, we keep 4%, and it's going to be, I think, an opportunity to disrupt the charity program. How do this one? Okay. Well, what I'd like to have done, there's a video at the beginning. Anyway, we have a little video that shows how this all happens. This is smart contract. Anyway, carrying on. Who we are. We're a blockchain platform, as I mentioned, transparent and accountable, the global community. Our path to success is to disrupt terrible giving. Our ecosystem, we're launching with 100 billion tokens. That gives us an opportunity to create a global presence. There's $1 billion business in the world. Excuse me. So part of our vision is to embrace them through our software, recognize them, because as we know, people generally never get recognized in any walk of life. and a lot of them are working for free. They represent charities, etc. And so by acknowledging them in various ways through recognition, tokens, and some occasions, we can embrace that audience. We got a pretty good team. That's myself there, looking as old as I do standing here. A couple of our advisors. We got quite a team. Oh, maybe I was going too fast. So I'll just go through this story. This is our team. We've got a great group of people involved with us. Software developers, our lawyer, Hugh Madden there. He's been one of our bigger investors, and it's interesting what that gentleman was saying earlier about mining. Is he still here? We've got a number of my friends who are in the mining business have joined us because of a shorter path to success. He's been in mining for his whole life. He's been a lawyer for 50 years. He's almost as old as I am, and he keeps talking about his projects. And I said, well, how long are they going to take, Hugh? Well, they're going to take a long time. But Hugh, you don't have a long time. So that's part of the reason he's in this. Our market potential, of course, unlike the stock market, we can appeal or reach an audience of 8 billion people. This is already old, but 582 billion annually is contributed to charities. If we only capture 1% of that, it'll be 5 billion. 4% of that is 200 million. And these don't count the monies from crypto giving. How many are familiar with GoFundMe? Okay, so if you know much about it, and I've used it to support some friends, it's a big company. They're only in 19 countries. They charge 3% plus transaction fees, but they add a 15% tip on it, if you happen to notice that. And there's a lot of pushback on that because people are resenting it. Oftentimes they don't pay attention. You don't know it's there, and you only realize it when you get your credit card payment or whatever.
So they give you a forced 15% tip?
Yeah, but you can take it off.
Okay.
But I did it once where I took it off and I was slow filling in the rest and it popped back up again. So I had to get rid of it a second time.
Nice to see some things never change. The Leaning Tower of Pisa is still leaning.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, our strategy. I'll go through this quickly because I don't want to take too long on this whole presentation. I didn't know who the audience was when I came here today. But we're lucky to have access to all these various methods of getting our story out there. If you put your QR code on that one, it's a friend of mine's. He's got a TikTok on how to be ethically appropriate, the way you hold your wine glass, the way you open a door, the way you eat your oysters. I said, Clinton, you got to get a little more serious. That's fun. It's cute, but help us change the world. And he's got almost 2 million followers on TikTok and 500,000 on Instagram. So he's joining us. So, and all the other obvious ways that we can bring to market. We're going to do education videos. I think this is a great place to meet people for what we're doing here. Raffles and rewards. That's going to be a big part of this. To gamify it as much as we can with our program, to make it fun, rewards, even people who use our crypto giving. By the way, one of the things about that too is that we have a DAO. Is everybody familiar with what a DAO is? Decentralized autonomous organization. So every token holder is part of the DAO, and they get to vote on what we do, which charities go on, what platforms for crypto giving. Because with GoFundMe, they don't do that. A lot of times people will put a fund on there to raise money for a sick kid. In the meantime, it's for a trip to Hawaii. And so that creates some cynicism as well. So we have our software will take care of that. Timing, you all know about that. Our expectations for Bitcoin, the halving's already happened. Perfect time for what we're doing. So this right now we're just finished, or we're almost finished this phase of raising money through our friends and family at that price. Our first goal is to get our token to 1 penny. So we've raised almost 500,000 of that 1.25 million, and we're way further along than we ever expected to be, thanks to AI. AI is absolutely change what we're doing and how we're doing it and how fast we're getting it done. So the $25,000 investment would be worth 100 million tokens. So that's what we've done up to now. This is how the money is divided: liquidity pool, development, marketing. Marketing is always a big factor. Our timeline, and everybody can get a copy of this if you want, so I don't spend too much time on it. But we're ahead of schedule on that. And within the next month to 6 weeks, we'll be doing our pre-sale. So people can buy our tokens on our website, $50 worth, $100, whatever you want. So it's an opportunity for people to contribute to something global, something that can make a big difference and have the potential to earn money at the same time. So that's it. Anybody got a question on that?
Did you register as a security yet?
No. We're actually going to be domiciled in Mauritius, and we're getting a virtual asset a license there. And as it turns out, one of our investors is actually a Canadian citizen, he's a Congo citizen, and he's a permanent resident of Mauritius. So that came how it came about. And we get 8-year tax holiday as well.
You have to register here also to promote here.
Yeah, we got that.
You said investor, so is this for earning money or is this for giving your money?
Both.
See, that's the
charity?
that's the
How's
oxymoron.
it working?
That's the oxymoron, because like some of our investors have come in and said, all I want to do is make money. I don't care about the charities. Well, if they, by virtue of supporting our development, they've contributed to a charity. So if they just take their coins and sell them when they can, that's fine too. Other people have already made so much money, and they're really interested in seeing their donations go to the charities in a transparent way where the money actually gets where it's supposed to go. I mean, some of the statistics I've seen are just more shocking than I thought. You know, I unfortunately, my wife passed away, 16 years ago now, and we didn't have children because she couldn't have children I didn't want to adopt. So she became very big in the BC Children's Hospital, and we set up a foundation for her when she passed away. I put $1 million in it at the time, and it was to find a cure for childhood leukemia, because if you know anything about that, it's highly treatable, but if it comes back, it's a death sentence, which it does a percentage of the time. Anyway, it wasn't BC Children's Hospital's fault, but the bureaucracy of the whole system, the money all got dissipated and nothing got accomplished. So I learned a little bit about that, and I thought, well, here's an opportunity to really make a difference. And if we build this big enough, we will.
I have one more question just on it. So it's 0.00025 cents right now. What's the percent increase to one cent? Have you done like
Yeah,
the
1,000, almost 800.
Yeah, it's about 40 times.
And you're saying that.
But that's our first goal.
Yeah.
I mean, we can do better than that, but we have to aim for a first start, right?
Yeah.
The 40 years.
Yeah, 40. So, I mean, will we get there? I believe it, because
So a 40x to everybody, like most people probably know what that is.
4,000.
For some people that don't know, so that's like turning $10,000
well, it's like,
into $400,000. That's what a 40x is for people who don't know.
yeah, like if they came out with 25 grand, they get 100 million tokens. That'll be worth $1 million at 1 cent.
Might be.
Might
Yeah,
be.
no, there's no guarantees.
Oh, of course it might be, but
Yeah.
I mean, the commitment level of everybody we got involved is extraordinary, because they believe in what we're doing, you know, which makes a big difference. And there's a huge demand. I mean, like you mentioned earlier, the cynicism around charitable giving now is incredible, and the need is even greater than it ever was. And same with crypto giving. Like, we'll be able to offer that globally. GoFundMe is only in 19 countries, but they've already done 15 billion through them. They're worth about 650 million. And the reason they're not in the whole world is because they deal in fiat. They take the money and redistribute it. We never touch the funds. It all goes through a smart contract. So the charity gets it. It's 96%. We get our 4%. Unless they use our tokens, then there's no fee at all.
That's interesting. I would be interested if you would be registered. Just so people know, a regular charity typically takes 10%. any other charity that's out there. They only pass on 90% of the funds, if that.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know what?
That's
That's a real compliment to charities. It's not true.
Yeah.
There's some that meet that
United
category.
Way is.
But I got friends who
like
run
20,
like the World
7%,
Food
yeah.
Bank, and like he tells me he stayed a private company, not even registered as a nonprofit, because then governments can't tell him what to do, and he can make sure that it gets there.
Yeah.
And so it's actually not even like 40% that actually, right? It's
Yeah.
sometimes even 10%.
Yeah.
Well, there's a clip from, is it Joe Rogan, the podcaster? Is it Joe Rogan?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he did one on charities, and it was unbelievable. In fact, we got that clip. We're going to use it. But one of the worst ones was Wounded Warriors, which you think, oh, that's so sad. You know, these veterans, but only a tiny percentage of the money actually went to them. Yeah. And some of the ones you think are so good, I think is Canadian Cancer. One of those is a terrible one as well. I mean, the fat cats at the top are making so
The
much
most
money.
famous ones are the worst.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, that's one of the things we're going to be focusing on initially, are smaller ones that we have a more comfort with. And then when we get big enough, well, the bigger ones, there's one out there called, has anybody heard of the Giving Block? It's out of San Francisco. It's a great story. In 2018, two young guys from Miami started it. 4 years later, they sold it for $300 million, their share. And it's a very successful platform for crypto giving, but they don't have a token, so it can't be
Was this a legitimate operation you're talking about?
Yeah.
This is one of the more legitimate.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Oh,
Yeah, and so
okay.
they don't have a community though, like Facebook, like we have for the world. But so people can't participate. But the charities on there, they just charge 5%, and I think it's probably very well run. But there's no they don't feature transparency at all. The money that goes to their platform is just the same as any other money, and I think that's going to be a big difference. Transparency.
I heard, I think 8 years ago, I heard some companies spend 20 to 30% of the money they get to pay people, to phone people to get more money. That's pretty.
That's not even the problem. The problem is that once they've got the funds, unless they hire the trucks to deliver it themselves with security armed, like machine gun security, to deliver it to where it's supposed to go, it's not going to get there.
But I'll give you one more story then. A guy I know quite well, he lives in Victoria. They have their office in Toronto. It's called Global Faces. And they've been trying to sell the company for $150 million. Anyway, what they do is they go door to door with their arm wrestling people for contributions. The donor doesn't know which charity the money is going to. In our case, everybody knows which one they've chosen, right? Which is a big feature too. Yeah. Anyway, then they have the telemarketers. It's a pyramid company structure, and a lot of the big charities use it. And the first 11 months of donations are used to pay for their system. After 11 months, the charity then gets it all, except how many people renew because of the way you got signed up in the first place. So I thought, holy cow, that's really sad, but that's the way it is.
I'd like to add one more thing. I was talking to somebody that was a missionary in Africa, and they were doing things like water projects here in America.
Yeah.
So you can spend $100,000 in a well, and then you have to pay off in the thousands somebody locally to not come and take it over or destroy it.
Well, it's not only that, but I know somebody that does that work. And the problem is that they don't have the knowledge to maintain the well. So they still don't get the water because
3 years later, it's not working.
Yeah, because they don't know how to maintain it.
Right.
You know, there's no simple answer to all of this, for sure. But I'll tell you one thing. I think that crypto giving is going to be the easiest for a lot of people because we don't have to convince these big conglomerates of charities that they got to do the right thing. And there's a real need around the world. It's not just for a sick kid or your house burned down. It can be for your startup. You need to raise $30,000 or whatever. And so what we're going to be able to do because of our tokens and the DAO is we're going to gamify that too. So if you contribute to somebody's goal to raise their 20 or 30 grand for whatever, then your name goes into a draw and you can actually win something for actually supporting that charity and making it fun. That's why I would love to. What you're going to see our website when we get these things done. We got Altroid. Can you put it right back to the first slide? So he's going to come swooping in on the screen. And this guy has been so amazing in helping us build it. No, that's, no, can you just put the very first slide? There you go. And so anyway, there's the video. You want to watch that? It's 2 minutes, or you've seen enough of all this by now.
We don't have the audio on the TV.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we won't do that. But anyway, he is making everything different for us, and we joke about it. He's on our team. He's the cheapest member. He costs us $20 a month. He never gets upset. He never gets mad when he has to do things over and over again. But it's sped up everything we've done so well that it's. And so we're trying to make as much fun around what we do as we can, because it's a very serious subject, helping people and charities and so on. So we're going to gamify it in every possible way that makes sense to make it fun. I mean, a couple of my friends told me, Bob, what you're doing is too important, too serious. The memes are the ones that are making all the money. People just want to go out and play around and have fun. So we're trying to bring that element into a very serious program. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just would like to share a little bit our charity project with you guys. In any event you would like to collaborate with TSA, and we are here to support you. So one of the charity events we hosted in 2022 with World Animal Organization in Toronto. And we donate a very small amount, but at least we work with lots of creator, inventor around the world to make NFT works in 2022. And we announced the news on Twitter under the account called Shisu NFT. You see my little dog here. And all creator make a different Shih Tzu, different type of Shih Tzu. And all those Shih Tzu is on our website.
Yeah.
Those are our charity events, and we work with over 30 creators around the world. And in the end, the World Animal Organization in Toronto issued the tax receipt.
Wow.
So in any event, if you would like to work with us and on charity event, we can help you, support you, and we know how to do it. And we also can work with a charitable organization to issue tax receipt to all of you. Yeah.
That means you have to bring her to the next blockchain impact on stage.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I would like to share. Yeah, and little experience to share with you. And next speaker, coming from $1 Billion Club. Enzo. So give a little bit background about Enzo.
In a couple minutes.
Yeah. So Enzo is a founder of CEO of both Logan Family Office and Medical Family Office, creator of award-winning The Billionaire Report. And also he got a Gold Award curator for 8 of the most trusted newswire for the wealthy online, and a social entrepreneur here, Enzo.
That's good
and
enough.
best-selling author and a previous tax and estate planning lawyer for Power Financial Institutions, and the past president of the International Association of Advisors in Charity Event. And Enzo is the first Canadian Legacy Wealth Coach and a charter member of Legacy Leadership and Legacy Wealth Coach Forums in the United States. In 2006, Enzo was designated as the Ultimate Gift Ambassador due to his involvement in transforming Gene Stover's Lover, The Ultimate Gift, into major motion picture. Again, Enzo is an international speaker and a published writer.
That's good enough.
Nobel Prize.
That's enough.
Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
Okay, the last. Enzo has been awarded the top 20 CEOs to watch the Canada in 2023. So let's welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to talk briefly today just about my trading, because like I said, I'm a new trader. We've only been doing it for about 7 weeks, right? So last week we had good news. I was up 340%. This week, I got bad news, right? Because I broke every rule on Monday in the book, right? So first of all, I didn't listen to Robert about gold. Secondly, I ignored the Fibonacci Bollinger Bands. Thirdly, I tried to catch along in a falling market. I literally lost all the profit I had. So I'm going down to -10 now, right? In 1 week, right? Now, the good news, I guess, or the good news is that I've got everything at such low prices now that hopefully I can just ride it and just let it go up on its own, right? But it was a terrible week for me on Monday, right? But I just wanted to share that because ultimately, I was out of gold. Like usually when I fall or things, it's because I'm caught into something. I went to bed or, I'm in a meeting and, I come back. No, this one, I purposely put myself into danger on Monday, right? Trying to catch a bottom, right? Which was the stupidest thing I've ever done. And I ignored the Bollinger Bands, the Fibonacci ones, which already was showing that it was above, as Robert mentioned. And I totally ignored that. Because I forgot to check. It wasn't even that I ignored them. I forgot to check. Right. So at the end of the day, that's just the reality of learning how to trade. It was a big lesson for me this week on the negative. So hopefully next week I'll tell you guys more positive news again if I'm up. But this week was not good. Yeah.
More humble? That's a huge growth.
Yeah, I just wanted to share the downside. Don't want to give you the upside because there is downsides to this as you trade, right? So that was my bad week.
If you are interested in learning how to trade on TMT, on gold, on crypto, on forex, then you can come over us and we have a training section on that.
Okay, so now we give the time to Melanie, who is a co-host for those events. Yeah, Joy, welcome. You come back. And yeah, Joy and Melanie is a co-host for each week to this. Without them, we cannot continue. Yeah, thank you very much. So Melanie, your time, and you may want to say something and also introduce Robert. Robert is quite famous now, actually.
Joy, you want to say something too?
No, you can.
Okay.
Maybe
Say something about what? About the trading?
We're all here because of the continued efforts of Melanie Wood, so let's give her a hand.
I really just want to say thank you so much for all the guest speakers, and thank you to Min and also Ching for providing this venue every week. And I really love building community and having everybody come together and share their projects. And I was really moved by the charity project. I already started thinking of people that I can connect you with.
Oh, great.
Because the world needs that positive change. And I just love bringing people together and making big things happen because we can then go further together as a team. Because everyone achieves more when we lock arms and go for a goal, like a specific goal in mind. And I've been working with Min and Chang on the trading. And also I've been working with Joy for many years on lots of different projects, which have been evolving. And we're in a very good time and space reality right now to make big things happen together, especially with what's going on here in the digital space. And I know Robert is going to be talking a little bit about trading for 20-minute talk time.
Whatever you need.
But I've known Robert for about 20 years, and I met him at a cash flow conference. I don't want to say what year it was, but he was giving a lecture on how to buy real estate with zero down, and I took a lot of his notes, and then I went and applied it in real life. I actually bought a property, and I didn't really have any money, and I didn't know how I was going to do it, and I just manifested it, and I was in this beautiful, luxurious house with chandeliers and a rooftop deck. I don't own the home anymore. Unfortunately, I sold it a number of years ago, but I learned a lot of that from Robert, and he is a day trader, but he's been trading since he was 10 years old and won an award at 21 for a competition, stock trading competition. And he definitely is a book of knowledge. He's very well versed in lots of different things that are going on in the world, studying the financial markets, understanding that we are seeing some things happen in the digital currency space with Bitcoin, which is why we're all here. I was an early adopter of Bitcoin myself personally, and I love it. And so he's going to share some things today that will help you gain some knowledge and insight. And most importantly, I think everyone here should stay connected. I created a WhatsApp chat group so that we can all stay connected. And sometimes we go for dinners together, for coffees together. And if you want to connect with anyone in the room, please feel free to reach out or be added to this group so that we can all stay together, because we have lots of different types of events. And we want to just make sure that everyone's plugged in and dialed into what's going on. So without further ado, I'll introduce Robert, and then there's going to be a networking component at the end. So everybody will have a chance to connect. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Melanie. So just give me like a 5 minutes.
Sure.
I'm not going to say all the good stuff. I'm going to say I've done every possible mistake you can think of when it comes to trading, twice each time. Make sure that it sucks. Don't do that anymore. And maybe even 3 times some of the things. So Enzo, I got to commend you, because it takes a lot of guts just to get in front of a room. Period. People say that's more scary than death sometimes. But also to talk about your losses. You always hear people talk about their wins. And so you may not realize this, but you have, for sure, impacted at least one person in this room today who was about to do a mistake, and now they may think twice. And that could be costing tens of thousands of dollars. And I know for a fact, because how many people do you think I've seen over 30 years I've been trading? In a couple of months will be 30 years. That's about 10,000 hours per year, per decade. So that's 30,000 hours of trading, actual trading, I have under my belt. And we know that it takes about 10,000 hours to become the top of your craft, like to be on TV, top of your craft. So
did you start when you were 5?
10 years old is when I started trading. At the age of 15, I fired my financial advisor here in Lonsdale and 14th. I walked into the bank because my $500 doubled to 1,000. I was making 15% a year in mutual funds, but I said, I calculated I'll be 65 years old by the time I have half a Lamborghini. I said, no thanks.
But that 15% you're making on mutual funds isn't actually 15%. Right?
It is actually
inflation.
Well, yeah, it was 13, whatever, but still, that's not the point.
You got nothing.
And
Taxes.
Management, MER fees.
Yeah, MER fee is 2% of your money upfront gone, right? So if I start with $100,000 and they take 2%, that's $2,000. Let's say you have sideways performance for 30 years, no ups, no downs. Half your money is gone in 30 years just because of that 2% fee upfront every year. And so
plus inflation.
And that's not even counting tax or inflation.
Right.
There will be no tax on no profits, but still, that's half your money gone. So I said, no, I'll take control. And so that's my emphasis. Take back control of your finances by not trusting basically a stranger with your nest egg. But the way you do that is by learning. So yeah, I started learning from the age 10 to 15. And during those 5 years, I had the mutual fund. 15% a year is actually really good for mutual funds. Because people are happy with 8 to 10%, right? So those are above average returns for mutual funds. And I said, that's not going to cut it for me. But during those 5 years, obviously it was a hobby. If a 10-year-old can do it, you can do it. It's just, I spent a lot of time reading every book, article, magazine to do with trading and real estate and markets and how money works and how money doesn't work and the banking system, right? So that gets you a hint on how to pick up nuggets of information, how to make 20% a year. Then you pick up another knowledge nugget that gives you 30% a year, then 40, then 50. And by the age of 15, I was confident that I could double my money myself. Then why pay someone 2%, like Cole says, just to make 15%? So I walk into the bank, and she didn't know I was there to fire her. She said, let's take a look at your portfolio. And she's like, oh, wow, congratulations, you made 15%. And I'm thinking in my head, yeah, I'm here to fire you for that reason. But what do you mean? She's like, oh, we could have lost 5%. And she said, like, no big deal. Like, it's a common occurrence. Like, oh, sorry, mutual fund C didn't perform this year. Next year, buy mutual fund B. For those that don't know, mutual fund is just basically, it's actually the most common thing. They say bonds, mutual funds, and RSPs when you walk into the bank. They don't tell you can open up an options trading account and self-direct it. But basically, you buy 200 stocks, 100 go up, 100 go down, you kind of break even, and they take their 2%. That's all they care about. So you'll hear them often say the same things, long term. Just put it in for the long term. Look at this chart over the last 100 years. It's ending up higher. Don't time the market. You don't need to worry about that. Because really what they're doing is meeting a quota. They need to raise $2 million of clients' money per month. They don't have time to look after your money. And the business card will usually even say, not a financial advisor, it'll say mutual fund salesperson, where the bank is paying them to sell you, they get commission by this mutual fund instead of that mutual fund. So I call that the golden handcuffs, because they can only sell you the mutual funds of their bank, not the other ones. Not necessarily what's the best for you. So I was a teenager when I was looking into getting my license, but I couldn't because I knew that once I'm hired by a bank, I would be fired the next day once I tell a client, why make 5% a year when you can make 5% a day? Right? So I would lose that job. So anyway, I've made every mistake possible. I have more mistakes than people have made attempts. But keep it up. The fact you even know what a Fibonacci band is puts you in the top 1% right there. But basically, follow it, right? So the lesson was, don't ignore what Robert says.
That's right. That's such a hard lesson to learn.
I mean, I would say it twice, but it would sound like bragging. But it's actually true, right? If someone's watched the markets 30 years, they predicted 3 recessions a year before they happened. You can actually see where we got PowerPoint here. So I've been on stages talking about crypto back in 2018 when it had crashed already 90%. So it was a very low turnout for that conference. But even during one presentation, I taught people how to become literally the top 1% of traders during that 2 hours, because I'm the top 1% of the top 1% of the top 1%, literally. And so I've taught people all the things. This was a crypto trading session, and I didn't even mention the word crypto once. I'm teaching resistance, support, channels, trend lines, the fundamentals of trading that people need to know first before they go into their terminology like, oh, it's going to the moon, so I'll just hold on forever. And then here is a hotel I rented. Oh, it's not changing.
No.
All right, let's do share screen. Give me 1 second here. That would be here. And let's go start and present. Share screen. Let's do the whole screen. This one. Yeah, screen 1. Oh, that's online?
Yeah.
What's connected to the TV? Let's go present. Window. No, it's better to do the whole screen. Okay, let's see what happens when I go like this. Nope. Let me just make sure, you guys. Present. Share screen. That should be whatever I'm doing on the screen here. So let's get out of here. This is why. Should be connecting right to the TV.
Yeah. Oh, there, something changed.
Try pressing F11.
1 second.
Are you in a web browser?
There.
Oh, working.
Yeah, okay, there's my mouse. All right. And,
is that F11 that did it?
no, I'm just looking at a different screen than you are, so I'm just going to make sure here. That would be this one. I'm seeing some stuff different.
If it's going to be a few moments, can I share something really fast?
Yeah, sure.
I got it.
Okay.
Oh, he's got it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, this was the conference we had in Canada Place. Here was a conference we did that, a small meeting with 1%, how to become the top 1% during the class. talking about trading in Gastown. Also, renting Holiday in Metrotown out of my pocket without anything to sell. We had no courses, no memberships, no anything, but I was basically warning in 2006 and 7, get out of the markets in real estate and stocks when we had the bubble in everything. And people thought I was crazy. 2 people actually got up and left out of 200 people. And because everything was so good. And I said, my hand goes up and then it can go slamming down. And so that was what I was trying to warn people. So who can tell me how many people I've seen lose money?
Everybody.
Over 30 years. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands, right? So I can tell when someone's on the right track. And who can tell me also how many times have I lost all my money? Who wants to guess? Just shout it out anytime.
5.
Yeah, so might as well say 5. Because the average trader that is very, very, very successful has lost their entire net worth 2.5 times on minimum. Right, to learn their lesson, what not to do. So if you tell me someone's made $100 million, but they never lost money, I would stay away from them because they don't know how to protect themselves in any kind of a situation, especially during a recession. So I predicted not 1, not 2, but 3 recessions a year before they happened. Anyway, I've been around the block, so I'm basically original. You can see OGs here. This is downtown Vancouver, underneath Hastings Street. It's actually they couldn't afford a real office; they were under the street. And they still meet to this day, every Thursday, I think. And I was there with the original people in crypto. This is like 2017. And also going from below the street to the penthouse, warning about scams in crypto and what to avoid. That was also before the lockdowns. So I'm avid about warning people about the pitfalls and what not to do and stuff like that. Also, I'm good at telling about how the banking system will impact and ETFs, the prices, because I come from a background of the market. So anyway, let's fast forward to today. And let me say this first of all. This is not a good chart. Bitcoin versus Tether. Why? Someone has asked me before, why do I not compare Bitcoin price to Tether? And that was a few years ago. Because, as Jonathan mentioned, it's not as stable as people think. It's not pegged 1-to-1. It can be sometimes 90 cents. It can be sometimes 100%. So that 10% fluctuation can be misleading, not giving you a real picture of Bitcoin. Because it's kind of funny to say this, the US dollar is more stable, the real US dollar, than the tethered US dollar. So I'm going to change this chart right now to BTC USD. And so we'll keep on that one. But for those that don't know, I've never shown this here. And you can feel free to add me on Facebook. You may notice that I had my account deleted because I posted too many like actual things. And so when I recreated my account, I think 2010, you can see when I posted my cover picture, S&P 500 was 1165. So now it's 4 times higher. So you can see how old this is. I've been around the block. And what I want to show you is, because I never opened up my Facebook here, but that's the profile to add. I have this stock trading group on Facebook. It's the oldest stock trading group on Facebook, 131,000. And it just never crosses over 130,000. I don't know why Facebook doesn't want us let us to grow. But I do have a featured section here. Interesting. That's it. Okay, I see how they did that. It looks different on here. Anyway, so there's me saying stay away from political posts, and we're in an election year, so I'm gonna have to put that at the top again. But you see admin, that's my point. And so what we did is when Dogecoin went through the roof, everyone's posting Dogecoin on here, and some of the stock traders didn't like that. So I decided to make a separate group called crypto trading, and this one has less people because you can see I've got like 500 member requests I have not allowed to get into the group. So I'm not on a YouTube. That's not behind a wall. Otherwise, it would have grown because on this group I posted. Who remembers when the lockdowns began? It was February.
May 20.
February 20.
February
2020.
Oh yeah, 2020.
It was like March, right? It was March 2020.
I started seeing the warning signs in December.
Around February.
Yeah.
So in December, I saw the possibility that powers that be could use it to their advantage to put in whatever they want. But it didn't become really public on the news until February 20th, the day that Russia didn't cut oil production over the weekend, when everyone in OPEC said they would as long as Russia does, and Russia made me lose money that weekend. And that started the crash. When Monday the markets opened up, everything went down. So that the point is, on that month in 2020, in 1 month when markets crashed 5%, I made 420% that same month. And that's just trading the regular stocks, options, commodities, forex, not crypto. Then I transitioned into crypto trading more. Started posting in Telegram, made 4 figures percentages in 1 year. People didn't believe me, so I started to post on here on this crypto trading group. And so you can see here every week for 2 years, I streamed live, and all the videos are here, the recordings. If anyone wants, I can add them here because I talked a lot about the fundamentals, the geopolitics, the regulators. I'll just show you an example of one video. And you can see we talked about what the regulators are doing, the news, sentiment, but more importantly, the charts. So the predictions on average, without any leverage, who can guess what the returns we had for 2 years on a monthly basis were? Just ballpark. The average was 50% return per month, compounded monthly. So if you do every month compounding, that's 100,000% per year. And that's without leverage. That's like me saying this week, Ethereum will go up 13% and Ethereum goes up 13% in 1 or 2 weeks. That's not using 100x trading, which I was doing. So this is something we didn't have a single losing month, and I haven't shown this here, but I decided to do that today because it just goes off of showing be in the right room, right? Speaking of who just walked in, be in the right room. So anyway, if anyone wants to be out of these groups, you can by all means watch those. You'll learn a lot because everything I was saying 2 years ago is still coming into effect, like the CBDCs, like even why I really respect and admire Virgo CX because they're doing everything by the book. And I met the CEO too when he was here. But who knows about speaking of regulators, I'll just touch on that. What's the FATF? Does anyone know? I know you do. And that's why I'm showing it, because 99% of people don't. And if I were you, I would actually talk about this all the time because you're totally by the book here. And this Financial Action Task Force, for those that don't know, I did a whole thing about this a while ago, so I won't go into it. But just know that the FATF, Financial Action Task Force, I call them the Fat Fs. All these countries, European Commission, you got even Russia, China, USA, everything is here, UK. And as if that's not enough, you got these groups here. And there's also like the World Bank, the IMF, basically everyone. What is it? It's the Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing Regulator, which rightfully exists. And so if they say something, every government has to pass the laws and every Securities Commission has to do what they say. So everything you were mentioning was courtesy of them telling the securities what to do. So I agree with everything you said. Because the BRC tokens, the BRC20, who can tell me what's the difference between ERC and BRC20? Most people don't know. It's basically Bitcoin or Ethereum blockchain that coin is operating on. Over the years, Gensler, mentioned he's not banned it, but Gary Gensler from the SEC said Bitcoin and Ethereum are securities. This is years ago, not anymore. Then there was a long period of gray area. Then they said, okay, actually, Bitcoin is not a security, but Ethereum is. And then he changed his mind. A few months later, Bitcoin isn't and Ethereum isn't, but every other crypto is a security. So they need to be registered to be able to stand up in front of the province and talk to people about that coin. So long story short, it was for a while that looked like Bitcoin and Ethereum were the main ones, and everything else was sort of like iffy. So now, why do I bring this up? Because this week, he's come out again, and he's changed his mind again. It's felt like for 2 years, Bitcoin and Ethereum were in the safe books, meaning that if they institute a central bank digital currency, all the other coins may have some trouble with regulators, except Bitcoin and Ethereum, the go-tos. So the big ones in this case are pretty safer. And again, I'm not a licensed financial advisor, anything I say. But now he's mentioned, just last week, because who's heard about the ETF of the spot Bitcoin ETF that came out earlier in the month? And so now all eyes have shifted after the dust has settled on Ethereum. When is the Ethereum ETF coming? And they're like, not so fast. The fact that they said not so fast, and fast forward a week later, now he is saying that, again, what he said 2 years ago, Ethereum is a security. Why? Yeah, go ahead.
In his honor, we should call it cryptocurrency yo-yo.
Yeah, so basically, what does that mean? 2 years ago, when they're deciding between does the Securities Exchange Commission or the Commodity Futures Trading Commission have jurisdiction? Is it a currency or is it a commodity?
Yeah.
And they wanted control over it. There was a back and forth. It ended up being that the Gary Gensler lost. He said it's a commodity. So Bitcoin, I believe, could be wrong, but I'm very rarely wrong. 90% accuracy, if that, maybe 95% accuracy. Bitcoin will remain a commodity in the long term, like gold. You'll trade it like a thing, an asset. Not everyday purchases, like people think, for currency, for transactions to buy milk and bread at the store. So even if they institute a central bank digital currency, because I would envision the government creating their own central bank digital currency, not Ripple or something, they make their own, which they can program, then they can maintain control over people that way. So he's now saying that Ethereum is a security, meaning because of the fact that they're staking, they're not proof of work, they're proof of stake. And that means if you're staking anything, it's centralized. And that is a very big danger that they're going to have to, there you can see consensus lawsuit, right? So let me quickly pull up that. Okay, so this was a report I showed people for many years. And for those that don't believe me, look at the date, June 20th, 4 years ago almost. And if this is a report by the Financial Action Task Force, you can see the title is so long. FATF report to the G20 finance ministers and central bank governors on, they could have just said stablecoins. If it's such a long title, why throw in extra adjectives? Especially this one, so-called. If it's so-called, that means like, Robert, like I'm so-called that I'm going to be buying everyone a drink today. It's so-called, right? So it's not necessarily, it shows your negative stance. And so that's their perspective. If you read the whole report, which I have, you'll see that this is, by the way, the second page talks about digital identification and virtual currencies turning into digital identification. But anyway, this so-called. So anything that becomes the biggest, stable coins, which I'm shocked to learn today, that it's like several fold bigger than Bitcoin. I didn't know that. I'm not surprised. I will warn you that they go after, back in June 2020, they predicted that would happen because they saw a problem and a threat coming after their US dollar, Canadian dollar. So whatever becomes too big, they'll usually try to regulate, suppress, and hunt down and kill so it doesn't exist. So I want to go rushing to go off into stable coins or anything to do with DeFi where you're doing staking necessarily right now, because the fact that Gensler just said Ethereum is a security and there's going to be a lawsuit with that. If Ethereum loses, every staking coin loses and becomes a security instantly. So be very careful if you're staking coins on a centralized exchange when they can take it. But I'm just going to wrap up and say this. Be careful if you're long-term anything, because today I had a question about what's Bitcoin going to do long-term. And if you're hiking and you come across your pathway, a bear, who's going to keep walking that pathway that way you were walking earlier? I would bet 0 people. But when it comes to cryptos, I hear diamond hands, I hear hodl, I hear stay the course, I say long term, I say end game. Well, the end game could be you get eaten. I treat it like gambling. If you think, oh, for sure it's going to go through the roof to the moon, words that traders never knew because they weren't traders, they made up in the crypto space. And so the initial crowd of crypto was all about get away from the banking system. Who remembers that? Yeah. And we do have OGs in the room. I know Cole and Melanie.
I tell people that.
Right?
So I was like, isn't that still what it is?
Yeah.
I'm confused where you think it is.
So you're now.
I'm definitely on that.
You're now in the top 1% just by hearing this, because 99% of people don't hear this, and maybe even 1% or 1%. Basically, thinking that okay, maybe Bitcoin will be $1 million or 100,000 even. 100,000 doable, even 150, but it's not for sure like people assume it is, right? So you got to be careful with regulators always changing. So if you're just going to hodl, you're basically gambling that Bitcoin will for sure shoot up.
Bitcoin's different though, because it's so decentralized. Ethereum's centralized, right? So it's Bitcoin is in the hands of the people. So
that's exactly
right. So Ethereum's you can't trust Ethereum the same you can trust Bitcoin.
Regarding that's exactly right. So regarding Bitcoin, I mean, buying or holding Bitcoin long term, though, I would say is a really good idea.
So what's the name of the show?
Great idea.
Yeah, but you are right about like the $1 million. Some people say it's going $1 million, and if that happens, I don't see it happening for a very
like
long
15
time.
years.
You have to watch.
20 years.
You have to watch. I have 150 hours of
20
footage.
years. 20 years. Slow, man.
Yeah.
Hear me out. So 150 hours of footage you can go through when I explain. The whole name of the show was Satoshi Saturdays because we started off by exactly approaching that angle, saying who is Satoshi Nakamoto?
He's gone though. It doesn't matter.
How do you know it's a he?
Well, I mean,
No,
it could be healthy. How do we know God's a he?
It's not him or him.
Real he.
Right. But
It could be
it doesn't matter though, right?
It does matter. It especially matters.
Why?
Because today we heard about Voton coin. And I know who the founder is. It's Robert.
But he controls it.
And I know that he controls it.
Bitcoin is
It's not controlled.
And
I'd say that's the best thing about it.
Yeah.
It's not controlled.
Yeah, Bitcoin doesn't have a control.
It doesn't have an owner.
So you two are going to benefit the most out of my next sentence. Because
I'll bet you 20 years it's going to go up.
I will take that bet. So basically, I would rather the known evil than the unknown one. If you know that in the 70s and 80s, the NSA wrote reports on cryptography, you can look it up. You don't know if the NSA is not involved in it. You've already had the FBI confiscated.
The FBI holds crypto,
They've confiscated it from people.
The only way they could really affect it is the Tulip Fund. There's 100 million coins that they could crash the market.
But they can sell their coins, but they can't turn it off.
They can't, exactly. It's decentralized.
But if I can't stop you from coming into the shop, but if I line up 50 gangsters in front of the door
how are they going to do that?
And say that you're not allowed to come in without being beat up, you can control people's mood about using that store.
It is true that like Bitcoin is decentralized.
If I say you got to pay tax in this coin and not that coin, or you go to jail.
Gangsters in front of it. There's no centralization.
All they need to do, I'll give you one example. There's 100 million examples.
Okay.
One example is tomorrow you turn on the TV, there's a terrorist attack, and they say it was funded by Bitcoin, so we need to ban Bitcoin now from now on.
Can't ban Bitcoin.
No one can take it from
the government can ban it
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
as a law.
You get a,
They can't take it from
you
you.
can. You get a
I didn't say-
VPN and you go underground.
Hear me
and
out.
You got your middle fingers up.
I did not say he can take it.
Right?
I had just said the FBI has taken it and confiscated, but let's say they can't take it.
They can't.
They can.
They have
actually.
already.
But for me, they can't because I hold it properly.
Over my dead body.
They're able to, and that's true. Over the body, they could.
Yeah, well, then I'm gonna die.
So check this out.
I'm like that big on this.
So if they,
No.
if they okay, so if
Like,
they
I'm
make
serious. No government
Alexis,
involvement.
so if they make a law tomorrow saying
I
that,
don't care about law.
okay, but you don't. Let me
I
finish.
jaywalk all the time.
Okay, let Robert finish his, and then we leave the discussion later because
Alexis
Joe
has never
wants
seen
to
me
take
speak in
several
person.
minutes. Okay, then we can discuss. Oh, you guys will go to dinner?
Let me bring it back.
Yeah.
Because again, Enzo knows the cost of not listening to me. I can show you 150 hours of footage you can go through, and if you agree with me, I'll give you $1 million if you still think that way. You can watch, but you have to watch. You have to watch 150 hours of my footage explaining how it works and the reasons why it might not work.
It might not work.
And then, if you still feel that way, I will give you $1 million after watching my 150 hours of footage. But I will sum it up in this way: if they say, meaning the government, that cannot take your technologically protected and decentralized supposedly coins because they're not decentralized, as you think.
I think you're confused on Bitcoin.
Bitcoin
No, I'm
is
not.
fully decentralized.
Yes, it
Bitcoin
is. It's peer to peer.
There's a reason
That's
that
people
Melanie
making-
calls me the crypto king.
No, Bitcoin is decentralized, guys. Like it is.
That's what it is.
Supposedly, okay. I've seen computers in 2018, 6 years ago, that show who's making transactions to who. You can track every single transaction from the out of the gate since 2008.
But there's no identity though.
There is
There's
identity.
No, there's not. There's no identity.
Why do you think Virgo CX is in the room and Binance isn't without
Centralized
KYC?
exchange,
Right? No KYC. Now they're shoving KYC down the throats of every exchange in Canada.
Centralized exchange.
Centralized, and that's why they're still around. And he's smiling like he should be.
Yes, because he's smart for doing
Because
that.
he's taking the.
But then there's a bunch of countries that got middle fingers in the air.
Yeah, so like centralized exchange, you are right, Robert, that there's a big risk in holding Bitcoin on a centralized exchange because then it can be seized from you. It can if it's held on a centralized exchange.
Even if it's in your hard wallet, that's what the FBI seized.
Yeah, well, but no one can take it from me because no one knows where it is, and my identity is not attached.
That's
to
what
that.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay, how many transactions happened on March 15, 2017? That was 4.32689873444562 Bitcoins. And then they can tell you made that transaction.
How do they know it's me?
I've seen it with my own eyes, this computer software.
It's
There was one called
No,
Square
it's not.
where you can actually
No, but you
see
can hide
who.
so well.
There's no.
Okay.
It's literally impossible to know my
Let-
Bitcoin wallet.
I will
It's
show you how.
Unless
Okay.
someone
It's literally.
Have you ever
impossible.
bought an NFT?
Yeah.
Do you have an OpenSea account?
Yeah. No, it's not Bitcoin though.
No,
It's different.
but your wallet is connected
That's
to your
an
NFT
Ethereum
account.
wallet. That's completely different than Bitcoin.
Basically, every transaction is a chain.
No, but only, that's what you're only talking about. OpenSea is Ethereum only.
Let me talk.
Yeah.
So basically, the blockchain is open to the public, so everyone can see it. That's the whole premise behind the blockchain. Everyone can see every
The
transaction.
yeah.
A software can easily reverse engineer the transactions, even if they don't do KYC. Now they're forcing every exchange to do KYC, or they're no longer allowed to be
It's
legal.
a centralized exchange. We're not talking about centralized exchanges. That's where the KYC is.
There's
So
also
there's-
so many ways to hide.
Yeah, no, but
So many
it's
ways
also
to
legal.
hide.
Like having decentralized exchanges. is way
Okay,
different
so
than centralized
let's
exchanges.
let's assume.
Okay, guys.
I'll-
Let's
I'll-
leave that for networking, okay?
I will
Just give Joy a couple
So
minutes,
important.
then we can
Exactly.
continue.
I will leave that.
So important.
Okay, I will hypothetically agree with you, but I don't. Even if that's the case, if they make a law that says Melanie cannot send Bitcoin to anyone or she goes to jail, or receive Bitcoin or she goes to jail, because there's a law. It has nothing to do with the actual blockchain where they hide it.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you think Melanie's going to feel like risking sending any Bitcoin to
I
anyone?
can show her how to make a wallet that's non-KYC very easily, and literally no one on the planet Earth will know it's hers.
You'd be surprised.
No, it's
So you
impossible.
want to be here?
Unless she sends her Bitcoin to a centralized exchange, then she would be caught. She would be KYC if she sends it to a centralized exchange.
There are ways. There's always a way.
But
Okay.
there's not a way when you have it decentralized. It's not.
So the whole point of the show was who's Satoshi Nakamoto? Is it the NSA or not? You don't know.
We don't know.
But yeah,
If you don't know who it is, you don't know who it isn't. You don't know what they can or can't do to the whole
we
system.
do know the Bitcoin source code is public. We do know what it is.
What you do know is this, for sure.
Bitcoin source code is public.
If the government goes on TV and tells everyone in the public that they go 50 years in jail if they ever use Bitcoin
That's
again.
only country specific though.
I feel like you
That's only
don't
country specific.
understand Bitcoin.
And I just showed you right before this, the Financial Action Task Force, which is literally every country on the planet, including the IMF, European
And the
Central
people
Bank.
rise
The
up.
whole world isn't going to make Bitcoin illegal.
If the Financial
I
Action
would
Task
know.
Force tells them to, they have to.
I don't think it's likely the whole world is going to make Bitcoin
You
illegal.
think so?
I don't think that's possible.
And guess what? A lot of people lose everything they have because they
Whoever
assume
thought
something
we'd have
would
been
happen.
locked down in 2020 for the months.
But so many people.
Okay,
That's not a massive.
Okay, let's leave this for networking. Okay, so we give Joy a couple of minutes, then we continue networking and we will bring the refreshment. Okay, because we have a dinner event soon.
So we're gonna listen to Joy now.
So
I literally would love you all just to stand up and take a stretch, and then I'm just going to take 5 minutes of your time. So
5 minutes, 5 minutes, just
Hold
5
your hands
minutes.
in the air.
Before
Give
the dinner.
everybody's opinion a clap.
Yeah.
We're very fortunate to have people in the know here and now. So I went on a marvelous family vacay with my sisters. It was incredible. And then I went to Orlando to a conference on how to set up a fund, how to manage a fund, and it was absolutely phenomenal. And so it was for work. So I want to just share a few gems that I got from the conference. I was very fortunate to hear John Pennington Jr. and his father speak. They wrote this book called Dollars, Gold, and Bitcoin, exceedingly relevant to our conversation we were having at this very moment in time. So I highly recommend you get your hands on this book, and you can borrow it from me. There's, when I let you. But I would like to say that in the contents of this book,
How we do a raffle?
no, this is mine.
Borrowing.
But you're borrowing later. So I would like to just ask a basic question. So, what is the most important valued asset in all of America?
Gold.
Yeah, I agree with him.
Gold.
I know.
Other than that, knowledge.
Let's see, whoever gets this right, I'm going to buy you a drink tonight at dinner.
Knowledge.
Real estate. No. For America, what is America's most important asset? What will they protect at all costs,
Democracy.
no matter what?
Their land.
Democracy.
No.
It's either land or business.
No.
Family.
No.
No, freedom of speech.
Freedom.
No, freedom of speech.
No. They don't have that.
Guns.
No.
That's what I think.
They use guns to protect this number one
Oil.
asset. They use
Freedom.
oil. They use oil to protect this number one asset.
Freedom.
Yes. No.
Military is something.
So they use guns to protect. They use
Oh,
oil to
you guys,
protect
it's a
it.
good thing I have a small budget for
US
drinks
dollar.
tonight.
Not
So they use oil to protect it.
US dollar.
Excuse me.
Military.
Enzo wins a drink from Joy. It's the U.S. dollar.
Before.
yeah.
Yeah, I said before.
Oh, two
US
drinks.
dollar.
Oh, you guys are an
Asset
expensive
liability.
crowd.
Bogey
You
ship.
should buy
So how does that apply to Bitcoin?
They think that they're going to roll
Right.
over and die. And let
If
the
they
banks
are going to
die.
protect the U.S. dollar at any and all costs, they cannot kill Bitcoin. They will control it and they will ping pong it.
They
And it'll
control
go
the
bam,
media, the
bam, bam,
governments.
bam, bam, and it'll be a little tennis
The
match,
banks.
but keeping things in check. They know they can't control it, but they will regulate it and make sure that it stays within the boundaries and the limitations of protecting the almighty dollar. So that is very important to
Until
know.
the CBDC is ready.
But they understand. And why won't they absolutely kill it? Because they know full well that if somehow they manage to kill Bitcoin, which they cannot, another currency will rise from the people, power to the people, and will take Bitcoin's place, and they'll have the same challenge all over again. So they let Bitcoin flourish and ping pong, and there's a lot of fascinating information in this book, Dollars, Gold, and Bitcoin. Now, I highly recommend this other book too. It's called 10X is Easier Than 2X. So you want to read this? Everybody's happy about that title, right? Okay, so that's about if you want to run and manage a fund, you should definitely read 10x is easier than 2x by Dan Sullivan.
I won that book at a real estate event.
And how did you find it?
I flew to Edmonton because I was buying real estate.
No, not the book. How did you find the book?
No,
was it interesting?
I just read the title as a motivator.
Oh, okay.
I wrote the book.
Okay. And then this one here, Tony Robbins, you know, everybody knows him. He left us with the holy grail of investing. I haven't read it yet, but he left it for us as a gift for this fun conference. So if any of these books interest you, we can chat later. And it's good to be back with you all. Thanks.
Thank you.
And for those that don't know, Joy is also working on some AI projects that are definitely worth talking to her about.
Okay.
Nice to see you showed up.
From where?
Mine's Ray.
Hi, Ray.
Nice to meet you, sir.
I'm glad you showed up too.
Yeah. It's good to see somebody with the silver hair, right?
All right. I got you beat though.
Yeah, that's true. We're amongst like-minded people here, aren't we?
Dinner announcement.
Oh, dinner, yeah. Yes. 7 o'clock. Where is it? Valley? Okay. Okay. Before we close this thing up, Melanie wants to make sure everybody is aware of the dinner at 7 o'clock at the Tap House. If you guys are available and it's convenient for you, come on by. Right?
We have a reservation for 12. That's all they could take us for.
Okay. Reservation for 12, so obviously first come, first serve, right? Reservation for 12, yeah.
Where's the
Okay.
Tap House?
But people did make a reservation with me.
Okay, good.
7.
Okay, great.
Where is
So,
It's in right by Whole Foods.
Oh.
Across from Whole
Oh, I
Foods.
know.
Yeah.
Park Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many people you have left?
You know what? Nobody's told me who's coming, so I have no idea. Kathy did, and Cole, and Raymond, and Chris.
Yeah.
I didn't.
And Robert.
I just have a dog,
So
so I didn't know that they
Melanie-
were gonna be okay if I brought my
Oh, they won't
dog.
notice.
Okay, well then I say yes.
They're busy on Saturday. They won't notice.
Well then
They
I'll say
can't
yes.
do more than 12 people at one table.
okay, that's fine. Okay.
I'll
Okay,
come.
so,
It should be okay.
I'll come.
so just so everybody, before everybody leaves, really on behalf of Jenny Dane and Min and Melanie and Joy and who else? I can't remember.
Robert.
Oh, yeah, Robert, the man, the legend. Robert, and everybody else, thank you so much for coming, right? And looking forward to seeing you next Saturday, same time, same place, with all these amazing speakers. Okay? So on that note, what do we say on that note?